We have a different camera angle. I'm sort of half on camera some of the time. Hey Alice, busy with something else. No worries. Well, thank you anyway. Yeah. So this will be interesting. How are we doing? Yeah, as always, gonna give it a minute just to, let people show up if they want to show up, and then I'll get into it. Although, what I should probably do is I should probably actually fire this system up and just make sure that it's behaving itself, and then there's going to be something happening. Hey Paul, not sure what that was. Why did I hit delete? I don't even need to be in BIOS. What am I doing? Hey Glenn. Wow, people are showing up quickly. This is good. This is good. So I should probably... I just realised I don't necessarily have up-to-date CPU-Z, but Benchmate will be... Wait. Will Benchmate be up-to-date? It's your login code. Oh, good. Well, they generate new ones of those every time. It's fine. I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to share them with anyone, but should be alright, hopefully. As long as you don't have your password out there. Right. So I have CPU Z 2.02 on here. Hey Alex. So, and that's my Wi-Fi adapter, and I stole the USB cable to use for the microphone. Okay. How's it going indeed? Yeah, hopefully well, we will see. So, lots of people are here, so I'll explain what's going on. I am going to be benching for previous Slayers competition on HWBOT. I have a kit of CJR, judging by the IC code. There's 2 sticks of it. It is not particularly high bin, and I forgot to double check the competition requirements. So 2.05 and newer. Right, okay. That's newer than what I've got on the operating system, so that needs to be fixed. Hey Kiff. I should probably explain myself again once I've finished faffing about and fixing the CPU-Z, because I need to have something for the YouTube timestamps where I'm like, this is the bit you need to skip to. Oh yeah, and it's like 24.5 degrees in here, which is a bit on the warm side, so there's a fan under the desk. It's under the desk where the streaming system is, not under that desk. But hopefully that's not really audible. I mean, these streams are not known for their audio quality anyway. It's going to be about standard, I think. You're about to take a nap. Well, sorry to interrupt, but I do have a stream to do. So we'll get CPU-Z installed. Hopefully. So that's going to be for the Pi Prime stage. Yes. Well, I suppose I could try it for frequency as well, but yeah, I'd probably have better stuff for frequency. Oh, right, I left the README thing. Yeah, okay, don't need that. Now, so that's updated it on desktop. And, okay. Yeah, good. So, what about in Benchmate? I'm going to move that icon because otherwise I'm going to keep going to the wrong one. Is that still the old version in Benchmate? Right, it is still the old... What if I reboot? There's always something There is a fan hum coming through the mic. Okay, well that's normal for these streams. Just consider it an atmospheric thing, I guess. I did mess around with... I wanted to... Because I have a, like, clip-on lapel mic thing, but that also had some noise on it, and I didn't want to mess around with things too much. Because, yeah, it's like... I would like to actually get the stream going at some stage. Which, of course, like, not messing around with stuff too much has led to not having my CPU-Z sorted, because I... Superbind AFR did exist, right? I think so, 4 gigabit. Yeah, I mean, I don't have any. I have an OEM kit, but it did exist. No, that's still the old version. Oh, same PSU as you had in your first PC. Yeah, it's... When I decided I wanted to kind of wind down on overclocking and get rid of a load of my stuff, I ended up starting with the power supplies, which is probably not a great decision. So, okay, if I'm saving a score and I hit the CPU-Z button there, it still opens the old version. Okay, but that's fine, I just have to remember to open the new version from desktop. Right. Well, I should explain myself for the benefit of YouTube then. So, hello. I just realised I have absolutely no plan for what I was going to say after hello. Yeah, so I'm doing an overclocking competition today. It's a competition on HWBOT called Oldzen Ramvenge, which I'm going to go over and link in the Twitch chat, and I'll probably have it linked in the YouTube description if I remember, which I probably will because I've just said it and I'll be watching this back, so that'll remind me. But yes, so there's 3 stages. There's one for integrated graphics, which this is a 2700X, so I'm not doing that. There's one for maximum frequency, and there's one for pipeline score on specifically Hynix. So if I switch you over to the system camera now and fire up that CPU-Z, what you'll see is that the memory that I've got, and I need to sort that clock frequency out because that's going too high, but the memory that I've got is based on Hynix chips. Now if I shut down, which is a dangerous game with this motherboard for reasons I'll go into, if I shut down so that I can actually pull out the memory, there's also an IC code on there if the camera is willing to focus on such. I think that's about legible, isn't it? And that 04213X8821C tells me the 2 in the 2.1 is Hynix and the C is the revision. It's Hynix CJR. PCB wise, the chips are widely spaced out, so that's the A0 PCB, not known for clocking very high, but there you are. I should pull this USB stick out because otherwise I'll end up booting into memtest and that doesn't do anyone any good. But yes, so that's what I'm doing, or at least it's what I'm doing first, and well, let's get going. So I had a bit of an issue with this board, which was that it would just not post. Oh right, yeah, one other thing I should explain, yes, I'm wearing pyjamas. Okay, with that out of the way, I had an issue with this board, which was that it wouldn't post with like XMP applied or with any kind of manual memory clock. Even if you manually set the default clock, even if you manually set something below the default clock, it would just not post. It would like try a few times and then it would go to defaults, which is not good. You don't want that, and you don't want to miss BIOS, which I've done, and I don't have the batch script for BIOS on this operating system, so I probably ought to sort that out. But yeah, the solution that I found was to put both sticks in the same channel, and then XMP would work, and then having set that, you could go back to having them in different channels and it would still work. It is absolutely ridiculous that that would be the solution. It makes no sense whatsoever. This is just, it should not be happening, but that is what we're dealing with. And so yeah, I don't know whether it will take to me adjusting the frequency or not. So there's a bit of jeopardy. We're going to find out together whether it actually takes to me adjusting the frequency. So we're going to set... Should I go with something relatively safe? Yeah, let's go with something relatively safe. So I think 3600 16 19 19 ought to work. Let's just leave TRAS on auto because I'm not sure about that, and I'll auto sub timings as well. Actually, no, those should definitely work. We'll leave those at 4416. So I think those timings should work at 3600, and I just realised I'm not showing you the BIOS. So there you are. So those timings ought to work at 3600, I think. I'm going to do 3200 because then I'm confident that that should work. So, and let's enable gear down mode for now. So based on that, I think if that fails to post, then the problem is probably that the motherboard is being a jerk, rather than the problem being that the timings are too tight or the frequency is too high or something like that. While I'm at it, I need to... It's 4 gigahertz limited, I think, the competition stage. Yeah, it is. So I guess I don't know what this CPU clocks to actually. I'm gonna set 3.7 for now because I feel like I should be able to be fairly confident in that. Can I just key that in? Thank goodness. I should be fairly confident in that working, but yeah, we'll see. Oh, I can down core, can't I? Yeah, I might as well down core. Because it's pi prime. It's single threaded. Right, okay. And yeah, sure. So I'm not sure, but if that fails to post, it's probably the board is being an ass about memory, but it looks like it's posting. I think I would have seen an F9 by now otherwise. Yeah, I saw a B2, that's a really good sign. O2 and 78, I think that's posting, yes. We have a post, that's good. So pi prime is very light, it's a very easy benchmark. Is there a background that I should be worrying about? There is. Okay. Let's work on that while pi prime runs. So, and where did I leave the batch files? That would have been from last month I was sent them, because that's the last time I streamed, because I am a prolific creator. But do I have them anywhere? I'm not confident that I do. No, they must be somewhere. Who sent them to me? Forks? Well, anyway, I'll sort those out in a little bit. Because I don't want to... Yeah, you did. Forks is saying, I sent you a zip of them in DM, and you are completely correct, of course, you did. But that's the easy bit. The hard bit is me doing the right thing with that. CPU Z, I need... What do I need? It doesn't say. I mean, I assume... Oh, here we are. 1 SPD per DIMM. And then other than that, it's going to be standard pi prime rules. Is that CPU and memory? That is CPU and memory. Cool. So let's get our background set up. Because I am a professional streamer who has prepared well in advance. Set background. And now let's get our... One moment. Right, that might not take effect until I reboot. So CPU, mem, and then a couple of SPD tabs. And they have to be for the correct modules as well, obviously. Right. Okay, so I've got a baseline, and that means I can do a title update, can't I? So let's do that. Do I have space for target? Yeah, I do. What should my target be? The best score's 14 points. I reckon... I'm going to say my target's going to be X's score. For now. So 15.486. I think that's the best score from one of my viewers, unless I'm missing something. Yeah, I think so, unless madness is lurking. Right, okay, sorry Axa. And I have a DM from Forks. Which is very useful because now Forks is at the top of my DMs and I can find that batch file thingy that I needed. Right, anyway. So we have our baseline saved. Let's restart. While it's restarting and I'm spamming delete, I can, with the other hand, get the batch files copied over to the USB stick and hopefully get those sorted out soon. Right, well, I don't even know what voltage the CPU is running at. And this is a Gigabyte board, so it's really... Okay. Let's just set like 1.3. And actually what I'll do, before I mess with the memory more, I'm going to set more CPU speed than we need. Yeah, let's set 4.2. My logic is if it passes at 4.2, then at 4 gigahertz I know that it's going to be fine. I think that makes sense, hopefully. So this won't be a valid score, so I can't save it, but this will just be like, I don't know, for reference. The annoying thing is, I know what I'd need to do to get a better score in this stage. This is a T-topology board. I'm running 2 DIMMs on it. I would need to get 4 sticks of CJR, or I guess another 2 that are like that. And then what I could do is I could run all 4 sticks. I would effectively have dual rank, and it would be optimal for frequency because it's T-topology. I did see a listing on eBay that would work for that, but I think it was like 60 quid. And no. Right, I'm just going to open the save result dialog just to confirm that I was at the frequency I'm expecting. Yep. Okay, good. And now, having passed that stringent stability test, let's copy some files over. What the hell was this operating system used for? Fucking Xeons? What? Okay, when I got this SSD out of the box, where's my SSD box? Is that to hand? So I have this box of SSDs, right? And it said X470 just there. And apparently I have a load of Xeon screenshots saved, so I guess this operating system's from X99. But whatever. Right, so this is the one we need. So send to desktop, create shortcut, and then we need to go into the properties of that, because it has to be run as administrator, which is somewhere in the settings. There we go. So now, whenever I use that shortcut, it will just restart to BIOS, like it's doing. We'll just restart to... Okay, come on. There we go. But yeah, whenever I run that script, it will just restart to BIOS. Let's pull the USB. And I don't have to faff about with hitting delete, which is wonderful. Needs to have the Yoz face as the icon and be called efficiency.exe. That would be fun, but probably... Does the BIOS look weird to anyone else? I feel like the capture card's doing something it shouldn't be. Well, good to know that we're not free of capture card issues, because that would be boring. Right. Fingers crossed for 3600. It looks posty to me. Looks like it's posting. Oh yeah. So I was wondering, should I post this stream in the overclocking server? Like the /overclock server? Because I have the permissions to do so, but it's the overclocking server. Should I make a poll? Hang on. I'm going to make a poll about... No, I'm going to set Benchmate loading, and then I'll make a poll. If I can find polls... Exit saying I'd say no, and that's coming from someone who's in the server. Not sure if I do it. Shall we open the normie gates? You know what, I am post in /overclock question mark yes or no, and I will allow people to spend their channel points on voting. Okay, that poll I think should be active. Living dangerously indeed. I will say I'm conscious of the wider camera angle, and so if I'm ever like walking out of shot, I have slippers on so that the internet can't be weird. Well, no, the internet can still be weird, no one can stop them, but like, not as weird. Matt says, I think slippers are meta for overclocking. Yes, I hope so. Wait. Well, okay. We're okay. I saw 4006 on CPU-Z there. I think that's outside of the allowed variance. But Benchmate isn't reading it. But if CPU-Z is reading it... Maybe previously. Paul asks, polls can be rigged with channel points? This one can, because I set it so that it could be. It looks like we're leaning fairly heavily towards no. But yeah, it's up to me if people can vote with channel points and how many channel points they can spend on voting. And I thought the way that I see it, it means that the long-time viewers, the people that have been here a lot, get to have more of a say. Anyway, I'm going to head back into BIOS and drop base clock a little bit, I think. Ah, no has won, but it's 53-47. Okay. And Paul contributed 3,600 channel points. Disabled spread spectrum. No, I haven't. I should probably do that. That's a good idea. I'd rather do that than drop base clock. Where's that going to be? I don't know this BIOS at all, so you're getting just a quick sort of BIOS walkthrough here. It's not a BIOS walkthrough because I'm not saying what the BIOS does, but I don't know why I'm looking under memory timings, but I figure, you know, there are no lost items, just unsystematic searches. You know, I do wonder if that would do anything for Pi Prime. The 3D Mark 01 enhancement setting. I might try that at some point. Not right now. I mean, it can't possibly be in those. Enable IBS. I'd rather not. I have enough digestive issues as it is. It's never going to be in there, is it? I know it's... Is there a search? Good question. Hang on, I think I just accidentally set my base clock to F. Okay, Alt F. No. It would make sense for there to be some kind of search. No, we don't want that. So Alt is help. Is it possible it just doesn't have the setting? Kif says set base clock to 100 from auto. Yeah, sure, let's give that a go. It's amazing how close that poll ended up being. Is the guitar music coming? Paul just got an ad? That's unfortunate, although I can't really apologise to him for that because he's not currently here. Oh, you did hear it. Good. I was just like typing out an apology. Is the guitar music coming back, says Alex? I mean, to be honest, I wasn't sure whether people liked it or not. And I can't do another poll now because everybody's burned through all their channel points in telling me not to post to the overclocking server. I'll do a poll in the Discord at some point. Probably not for this stream, but I'll do a poll and see what people think. It might be nice. It's sort of a bit less pressure on me to keep talking all the time, which is nice. But I guess, I don't know, part of me, I guess it just feels like it's not the right vibe, but so is that better behaved? Weirdly, that is better behaved. Oh, that was a great tip from Kif there. For some reason, just manually setting the base clock has made the CPU not bounce around as much. So, yeah, thanks Kif. So that's 17.506 that we've got there. 17.506. Let's do a title update with that. So I guess, I mean, I should probably loosen out a bit, right? Like I shouldn't just push memory clock. Because you do want to know that, like, you want to know that you're not going to be pushing the timings too tight. So I'll loosen out a bit and then let's try 3733. I need to get Zen timings on this as well. I don't have Zen timings at the minute because I'm well prepared, as always. I'm going to double check in CPU Z, but I think that booted fast enough that it probably worked. Yep, sweet, good. Well, let's fire up the old bench meat. Wait, what? You know what? Hang on. There we go. And while I'm at it, why am I dragging Benchmate renewal around? I don't need to do that. Is that working? That seems to be working. There's this weird psychological thing where, like, if you look at a clock, the first tick seems to take longer, and it's the same when I look at this, and it's like the first, like, I look at it and it feels like it's taking ages, and then the rest feel really quick. So that was 17.7 seconds. So that's slower because we loosened out our timings, so there's no need to worry about saving this score. But while we're up and running, let's copy over Zen timings and get that set up. We're Pi Prime stable, so it'll be fine. And does that just run like that? Do you want to disable auto update? Yes. Okay, and that just runs just like that. Cool. So we can just send that to the desktop, and we have a shortcut to Zen timers. Good. Exaberries says the first ones actually do take longer. Yes, that is also true, but it really, like, fully felt like the world was standing still when I glanced back at the screen. But yeah, I can see how that would also contribute. I don't know what BIOS I'm used to, but I'm always just, like, going to the right. Yeah, I guess let's just try 3866. Screw it, right? Exa says I found the opposite. I get one solid run in. No, I mean loops, not runs. Like when you're glancing at the progress on the screen, the first bit of progress. Optimists see it go faster, pessimists see it go slower, says Paul. Yeah. Okay, so that seems to be booting now, but it did F9 on me, so I'm going to just jump into the BIOS and see what's up. My slight concern is if it has gone into recovery or something. It's looping a lot now through different postcodes, so I'm fairly sure it has gone into recovery. Kif says I used to do 3 runs on DDR4 to get best results on a second run. Okay, thank you, that's interesting. And yep, it's gone into recovery. Okay, so the question is, if I set that back to 3733, will that work, or is it going to be a jerk about it? And there's my answer. Right, that was an F9. Pibble asks CJR or DJR. This is CJR. So I can show you, it's a convenient time. There's, is that going to focus? Yeah. So you see the C at the end of the code there? Yeah. Previous must really hate you. Previous didn't force me to use this IC, is the good news. I'm just blaming him for setting the competition up. Right, so this is what has worked for me on this board, is putting both sticks in the same channel, and then it will boot, and then you switch them back and it still boots. Whereas otherwise, no settings, even if the settings are fine, otherwise no manual memory settings will boot. Which is just an absolutely horrendous issue to deal. Oh, I've missed the bloody BIOS, haven't I? Oh, look at that. Only gone and missed the bloody BIOS. What a plonker. What a wally. What a third insulting British word. Okay, well, what that tells me is that it has booted the higher memory clock, so that's good. Gigabyte indeed. Do a single channel run for the lols. If it's not stable in single channel, then I can't. Which is interesting actually, because it was stable in dual channel, I think. But is it running? Yeah, it's running 3733, give or take. I don't know why the base clock is so high in BIOS. But yeah, that was Pi Prime stable in dual channel, but not single. So now that that's booted in single channel, we swap back to dual channel. And it should work. This is what I have discovered with this board. Although I did see an F9 there. Motherfucker better work. If it doesn't work, I'm going to have some problems. But yeah, thankfully that's the one thing I did work out before the stream, is this board's nonsense. What I haven't worked out before the stream is hitting BIOS reliably, as you can see. But you can't have everything, right? Oh. Well, the good news is it's still booting the clock in dual channel as well. The bad news is everything else. So I need to hit the BIOS, which I think... Okay, got it. Maybe a subtiming set wrong. I mean, I've only set the RRD in 4. It might be something to do with SoC voltage, or no, I had it that loose anyway, and that definitely should be fine. It might be thermal, maybe? Does it feel warm? A little bit warm. This sparks the need of a B-sad emote. Yeah, it does. I will get on that, I promise. Do I have a RAM fan knocking around? Okay, one sec. I definitely need a RAM fan. Aha. Should I turn the board off before clipping this on? That'll probably be fine. This might be a bit annoying if I have to do the whole reset thing again. Right. Yeah. I definitely need to get on emotes. 3733 did work before, and I don't know if it's just temperature. I should have turned it off anyway, because it would have let it cool down. Missed a trick there. I refuse to believe that those subtimings are off. I'm going to drop to 3600 just as a general sanity check, and we'll see from there. I'm nearly out. I should have got more water. Holy shit, 19 viewers? Jesus. No, I don't want advanced repair options. What I do need to do is I need to set up the BSOD counter. I think we're at 2 right now. There were 23 at one point. But I've chased 4 of them off. Good. That's a lot. I mean, I guess it's Friday evening, right? You may have posted the stream on... Wait, did you post the stream on Overclock? Thursday, right. Yes, it is a Thursday night, not a Friday night. I've had a busy week, alright? So just make sure that we're still high prime stable at 3600. And then I guess we try 3733 again? I don't know. Glenn says, I'm lost on days, been off all week with my back. Sorry to hear that. I've been very up and down with stuff like that. I'm okay at the moment. Thankfully I'm still in the position where just going on more walks helps, which is nice. So I've been able to sort of be alright. And that is why I had an hour-long walk earlier today. And that's why the stream started later than it might have otherwise. Anyway. The other thing is, it could be to do with SoC voltage. Alice says, oh good, you're still behind me. For now. Every time I tap right. Right, let's go back up to 3733 and hopefully it works. Then I guess the next thing, because 3866 didn't work, but you always want to push frequency first and find your max frequency. What is it even doing? Oh, there it is. My max frequency is apparently less than it was 5 minutes ago. Slight problem with the RAM fan, I can't see the postcode anymore. In fact, not even you can see the postcode because it's behind the fan connector. Hang on. Kif saying you ran 1.125 SoC most of the time. Yeah. It claims it's defaulting to 1.1. I'm going to try 1.05 and we'll take it from there. My understanding is that these chips tend to sweet spot. So I don't think that's worked. Or has it worked? I'm having to maximize the camera just so that I can see the postcode now, because the clips for the RAM fan are in the way. So okay, that has worked. Right. So let's proceed to Windows and see how stable it is. Xberry says most of my chips have scaled past 1.2 SoC for Pi Prime. Exa says yeah, I did 1.225. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We will SOC. Okay, well that wasn't happy. The other thing that I've been considering to like try and improve the stream, other than like fixing the bloody audio, is getting the ability for people to like play sound clips. I have seen it. I've seen it with bits. I don't know if there's a way to do it with channel points. But yeah. Kif is asking previous why he didn't make a Rev E stage. To which I would say I'd definitely say something, and I'll think of it in a minute. What was I going to say? Yeah, the frequency stage is a Rev E stage. Paul says slight stream buffer again. Do you have it? Oh shit! Yeah, I forgot to plug. I'm streaming on Wi-Fi by accident. Is that just? Are other people getting buffering, or is it just Paul? Can you let me know? I might need to do something about that. That's not good. Back when Paul got the ad, it dropped for a few seconds. Other than that, it's been fine once or twice since the stream started. Okay, so everyone's getting it. Right. Okay, I do need to sort that out then. And that's giving me recovery, so let's just kill that. Your hands were so still I thought it was buffering. Yeah. Right, I'm going to go and plug in the Ethernet cable, so I'll be a minute. Tell you what, since that's probably going to make the stream drop anyway, I'm going to run a 30-second ad while I do that, and then you at least won't miss bits of the stream, hopefully. Editing Mick here. So what happened at this point is I had to restart the stream, but restarting the stream didn't restart the recording. So we're missing a little bit of recording, but nothing important happened. But basically you're missing the recording of me saying, oh shit, I need to restart the recording. And prepare to drop back in media res, as they say. Okay, now we're fucking... What? Why does it say 33? Kif, what did you do? Why do I have 33 viewers? What? Why do I have 33 viewers for, like, the least professional stream that I've done this month? Which, admittedly, is partially because it's the only one, but still. And also, why did that boot? Is that just because it's been off for a while? Jumped around a bunch and settled on 24. Well, okay. Fucking still, Jesus. Okay, no, that has booted, which makes me think it is actually thermal. So that's good to know. Jesus. Okay, well, while everyone's here, if you want a ping, next time I'm going to do a terrible unprofessional stream. Here's a Discord server where I ping people with my stream plans. I'm probably going to regret posting that to a load of people from /overclock, but I assume if you're here, you're one of the good ones. Right, having got that Swift plug out of the way, so is that going to be reading? Okay, that's probably reading SOC correctly-ish, so that's working, but it's probably just working because of temperatures. So what? I am getting distracted. I heard Exaberries join the Discord and got distracted by that because I have notifications on for that server. Right, what am I doing? So fan control. I need to make those fans be fast because I'm thermally limited on memory clock. I think. Is that going to be under PC health status? No, because this isn't an Asus motherboard. You know what? It might be under SmartFan 5 settings. Where are they connected? Sysfan 5 pump, I think. Okay. And that is reading fan speed. Okay, good. So, full speed. Good. That might help with our thermals. So in terms of getting more memory clock, there's always chemical V. Wait. Have I been labouring under 1.2 volts this entire time? Kif says time to plug Prime subs. Yeah, that's a good point. If you have Amazon Prime, then you have Twitch Prime, and you can use it to fund me doing. This has not been a great stream so far. I'm not proud of how this is going. But if you want to fund it anyway, you can do that. It's still fun to watch. Good. Okay, you know, I can't like dual wield Discord and this at the same time. What's going on? It's still cycling through postcodes. Okay. Better than a nap, says Kif. That's cool. Paul gave his Prime to Magnus earlier today. That's fine. I'm not jealous of. It's fine. No, I like Magnus though. I'm not. I'm happy with that. And to be fair, he's probably been streaming more than I have. This is my first. Like, I did a stream like right at the start of last month, and then there's this. So. Oh well, my base clock's all over the place. And yeah, okay, that's why. Because it's gone into safe mode. His last one was like 90... What the fuck? Madness did a 19-hour stream? Jesus. Okay, I'm having to like stand up every time that I'm trying to get into BIOS, just so I can see the postcode. $19. So I'm going to drop all the way down to 3600. That way, if it doesn't work, or wasn't 90, I don't know. But if it doesn't work, I know it's the board being a jerk, and if it does work, then it's worked, and that's fine. And despite having stood up, I still managed to miss BIOS. Bloody hell. I'm mistaken, it was over 21 hours. Good lord. Hey Kai, having to stand up for postcode is a feature inbuilt workout. Yeah, I'd rather I didn't. The good news is I'm in OS now, so I can use the restart to BIOS thing, but I just want to see if it did actually boot 3600. It has booted 3600. My base clock's still being weird. So, one thing at a time. Good luck. Thank you. Get a mirror. I have had enough faffing about for one stream. I want to settle on a clock and start working on sub timings. That's what I want to do. I keep hearing Discord bloops, but I need to just not get distracted by Discord for everything. Right. My base clock is set. Is it even possible to set it below 100? It's not. Okay. Let's try 3866 at say 1.4 volts. Didn't ground use Royals to see postcode? Yeah? But if I had Royals, that would help. Do not disturb mode is a good idea. I'm going to do that. Also, I have a ping in the Intel server, so I'm just going to mark that as red, because I don't care about the Intel server. Good lord, X has just posted a screenshot of the Madness stream. 21.5 hours. Fucking hell. Yeah, if you have... Right, so, if you have Amazon Prime, you also have Twitch Prime, go over to Madness777 and use it to subscribe to him, because he did a 21.5 hour stream and he fucking deserves it. Jesus. I think I might try more sock voltage still. That will have booted into safe mode. Get an ASRock board with the postcode in the right spot. I have an ASRock board that I could be using. It's a B450 board. It's shit. It's like the bottom end one. It doesn't have a postcode. I do. Hang on. Where's... I have a diagnostic card somewhere, but I don't know if I left it within reach. I'm going to have to go back to 3600 every single time, just so that I know that the board isn't trolling me. Where did I leave that diagnostic? Yeah, theoretically a PCIe post card, but the compatibility is a bit variable on those. So who knows if it would actually work. Is it? Aha! Found it. TPM one would probably work. Yeah. You know what? I can just stream standing up, just in general. That's probably a good idea. The problem is I've never actually tried this card, so I just have like all of the bits and no idea what to do with them. It's like being 16 all over again. Let's try more SoC voltage. Assuming that did boot 3600, which it did. Good. Ah. There is a staple. There's some wire strippers to hand. Okay, I'm not going to hold that over the motherboard because I don't want to drop a staple on a running motherboard. That would be bad. So there's a bunch of adapters of some sort in there, and then it's booting, and I've missed BIOS. So much for standing up. So that is the postcard that I've never tried. Boot looping, yikes. Yes, indeed. I don't think 3866 is happening, if I'm honest. I'm pretty, I mean, I'm going to double check, but like, I am pretty confident that has not happened. Yep, no. So back to BIOS. Back we go. Does the board even have an LTC header? I mean, it has a TPM header. So back to 3600, and then hopefully back up to 3733. Also struggling with 3866 on Skylake at the moment, says Alex. Yeah, I have very little experience with Skylake. Well, I have extensive documentation here. But this probably isn't the time. So that will be it booting at 3866, hopefully. Yeah, I'm just going to put the documentation for that to one side for now. Actually, no, I'll leave it with the postcard because otherwise I'll get it lost. Right. Are we at 3600? Yes. So the board is not being too much of a jerk. Good. You know what? I am sick of base clock being weird. And also maybe that will give us a little bit more frequency. Why not? Let's give that a try. Fingers crossed. It's definitely thermal. It's definitely thermal. Because it's just getting less and less happy as time goes on, as it's been running for longer. You know what, chat? I think I'm going to have to accept 3600. Because I could drop it down to 3666, but then as it warms up, maybe that gets unstable. I don't know. What should I do? Should I drop all the way to 3600? Should I try and get 3666 to work? Tight as you can at 3600. Yeah, I mean that's my thinking. 3600. Yeah, okay, that will be less painful. So I'm happy with that. What is it even doing right now? How is it still boot looping? What are you doing, board? DE? What kind of postcode is DE? D AD C2 10 01 51 DE AD. That's, well, it's not a good sign, is it? Glenn suggests it's half dead. Exa suggests it's dead. Paul suggests it's Germany. I did do a little bit of German on Duolingo, but I didn't get as far as covering "Why don't you boot, you fuck." And it was also a while ago and I've forgotten most of it. Postcode loop DEAD. That's, yeah. Oh, it actually is looping from DE and then AD, isn't it? Oh, bloody hell. I thought the one thing that I'd done pre-stream is figured out this board's shenanigans. But you have found more shenanigans for me, haven't you? Happened with a stuck clear CMOS button. That doesn't seem likely. Means I haven't pressed clear CMOS recently. Okay, yeah, it's booting, it's booting. Boot failure detected. No shit, Sherlock. Why is this the one-time OC recovery engages? Is it because I've touched base clock? Okay, let's drop down to 3600 then, as I said, and let's hope that that works. Yeah, Gigabyte strikes again. And that's booting. That's a really, really good sign. Well, it's on A2. I thought that was booting, and okay, it has booted. Or not. Now it's looping again. Right. And now is it booting again? Okay, I'm not trying anything unreasonable with the base clock, but I'm just going to take this as it doesn't like the base clock. And let's hope that that makes it boot. Because if not, I'm going to need more water, apart from anything else. Did you remember the board as T-top? Yes, I wish I had 4x8 gig to run. I do not. Actually, I do have 4x8 gig of Micron Rev, but only 2 of them are good sticks. But I could do that. Alright, hopefully we're at 3600 at least. We are at 3600, good. But we're at 3600 loose timings, so we can hopefully do something about that. We can start tightening up timings, and then we can start getting improving scores and, you know, doing the fun bit of the overclocking, rather than the oh god why bit of the overclocking, which I try and minimise. Not that, you know, I have much luck minimising it. I just hit the reboot to BIOS thing, didn't I? Yeah, it should be in BIOS any minute, judging by the postcode. You are stuck in oh god why because of Hynix on Zen Plus. Wouldn't be XOC without the oh god why. Valid points both. Why? That's the postcode for it being in BIOS. Okay, hang on. Just let me... I'm just gonna... If the capture card has shat itself already, that's not a good sign. I've already had to restart the stream once. However, it would appear that the capture card has shat itself already. Oh good. Right, well, that's what we have to deal with. I'm not ending the stream, I have more overclocking to do. But this is now my streaming setup. That's what we're doing. So let's try 16, 18, 18? Yeah, let's see if that works. Because to get the capture card to unshit itself, I would have to reboot the streaming system, and I've had one interruption already today, and I really don't want to have another one, if I can avoid it. This is a really awkward angle for me. I'm going to have to push the monitor back a little bit. Right, so we're looking for less than 17.506. We have 3.051. And a really, really long pause. Okay, and then 3 all at once. Right, because it's running real-time priority. I see. 17.1... Yeah, that's way better. Okay, sweet. Wait, what am I... Right. Yeah, having the screen at an angle and moving windows around feels really weird. I fucking saw 4006 there, and I don't know what I can do about it other than drop the multiplier. Yeah. But I mean, the good news is the memory that works. But I'm Why is this board such a dick? Right, well, back to the old PB. $99.99 base clock. That's not an option. It literally just will not set below 100. So what I might try is 100.01, and maybe that will work. One can hope, anyway. And so we're on the system information screen, but with the tweaker highlighted, so that's why I keep instinctively tapping right. But if we tap left, that doesn't change, but we get into that screen, so that's wonderful. Yeah, and to be fair, in BIOS it's reporting ridiculous base clock, so let's literally just try 100.01. And maybe that'll work. At least with this camera setup I can gesture at things on the screen. That's me trying to find the bright side of the fact that my capture card has shat itself already. Really early on as well. Not happy about that. The camera's on the same capture card. I don't know, I probably need to see if there's like a firmware update I can get or something. Right, let's open CPUZ and see what it's doing. And the really annoying thing is that in Benchmate the clocks are fine, which is also a bit weird. No, that's still bouncing around too much. Ah, fuck. Fuck you, Gigabyte. Kif saying the board doesn't have spread spectrum options. Yeah. Right. While we're there, PP Gem, who joined the Discord, could you identify yourself in Twitch chat, because I don't recognise the name? Then I can sort the roles out at some point. Let's try that. That's lower base clock than I tried before. Kai says, glad I'm not the only one hurling abuse at my motherboard. Oh boy, yeah. Yes, this board. I mean, I hurl abuse at lots of motherboards, but this one in particular. This one is fucking earning it today. But yeah, it is being, as the saying goes, a stupid pile of garbage. And also, what's it even doing? Is that? Oh, it is boot looping. Okay. PPGem is from Preve's server. All right, you're vouching for him, Paul. Because in that case, I'll just go add the role for him. I say him, I mean, I don't know. So it got posted on Preve's server, that's why there's so many people here, I see. What is the board doing? Is this the dead loop again? 01 51 DE AD. Okay. Said to yourself, I'd assume if you're here you want good ones. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. It's not like it's, I mean, what's the worst that can happen? I can send you an even worse MOBA if you want, says Kif. No. Although that, it likes to not apply settings and forget voltages and saved profiles. I mean, are you sure it's not just the CMOS battery? So, okay, this board doesn't like even 100.4 base clock. That's good to know. Let's try 100.2. Yeah. I've been really 50-50 about putting a link to the Discord in the YouTube descriptions, but yeah. Alice says, how can an X470 board be a worse experience than a B450 lowest end one from the same manufacturer? It's a Gigabyte board. That's how that works. It might be the BIOS as well. Like, I downgraded the BIOS because of the weird fucking memory issue, but it's made no difference to that, so maybe it's that. Why did I instinctively drag Benchmate off to the corner? It's the result thingy that I need to do that with. Xberry says, I had a similar experience with my Z97 classified before. For some reason it occasionally refuses to boot over 100.3. Other times I can do 107 fairly easily. That's wonderful, isn't it? Yeah, oh boy. It's going to be one of those days. Have you ever had one of those days? Also, we have our computation time, so where's my result? 17.180 seconds, but nothing. I guess if I just stop it and rerun it? Did it crash, like, trying to give me the result? Crashed after test ended. Yeah, I mean, it must have been, right? And I've hit run again now, and as you can sort of see, there's sod all happening. PyPrime version of loop 25 not exacting round. Yeah, force quit. I agree. Is that Control Shift Escape? Nothing. Control Alt Delete. Nothing. Mouse is still working. Numlock's lit up, so the keyboard's not like dead. Try to kill from Benchmate. Is that even an option? Oh god, there's one loading and one running. And now Benchmate's not You know, there are times you need to just hit reset. Yeah, just as Xberry says, just reboot. That doesn't count as a B-sod, I'm not counting that. I'm going to call that a lol whatever, but if there's another issue, I'm going to have to back up on the base clock, I guess. I mean, I am trying to run TRCD really tight. So, who knows? Could be something to do with that. You know what? While that runs, that does count as a B-sod. That's what I get for fondly imagining I could get more water while that ran. Well, the good news is, I think I've hit BIOS. And without the capture card, we are straight in, which is not... And we're not on the system tab for once? I don't know. Let's try slightly lower base clock. But I suspect that's TRCD. Or thermals. These sticks seem really temperature sensitive, and I don't think the Ripjaws heat sinks are likely to be very good. I mean, at least it's A0 PCB, so the contact is alright. But, yeah. Kif is saying maybe do OC support in DMs or Discord and not Twitch chat, but you know what? If you want to do OC support in my Twitch chat, I would rather have that than nobody talking. I agree it's not a very good platform for it, but you do you. I support that. And yeah, the heatsink is a joke. I mean, it's literally like the cheapest crap. I think G.Skill are kind of self-consciously selling it as that, like, you can get like a Ripjaws like fucking 4000 C14 kit or something, it's like $20 cheaper. And to me, what that kind of says is, lol, whatever, you wanted to replace the heatsink anyway. See you later, Glenn. Back in a bit if you're still up. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Ooh, we have a score. 17.115. Exaberry says, yeah, that's why I bought them. Yep, exactly. Yeah. Paul says it's not like the Royal Elites are any better. They must be a bit better. There's not a lot of room to be worse. You know what would be kind of funny is to give this a go on my 2DIM ASRock B450 board and see if that does better. I really hope it doesn't, because that'd be awful if it did. I think a full like platform swap might be a bit beyond the stream. I will see. Maybe next week. I'm hoping to do more streams next week, like possibly multiple streams, but we'll see how it goes. That is ready for save. Good. But yeah, go ASRock, go ASRock. Not yet. I want to do this first. So, general life update. My wife has a new job. It's in the field that she wants to be working in, which is really good. It's about 70 miles away, which is less good. And the current housing market in the UK is fucked, I think is the economist's term. So right now we're still living where we are, and she is living out of a hotel during the work week. So I am here all on my own in the week, which does mean I might have more time for streams. But so far it's been like gardening and cleaning and stuff like that. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Right. Well. I guess. Let's see if we can do gear down mode off. It's A0 PCB, so we might be able to. Kif says, oh sweet. Yeah, in a way. I mean, it's been an interesting adjustment. I think I'm making the best of it. Solemnly updating the BSOD counter. So that's a no to gear down mode off. Let's try 2T. And not just because I like saying Tootie. But yeah, let's see if Tootie is better. Being alone in a house is nice, but after a bit it gets lonely. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there's still the weekends. No, I wanted memory settings. But yeah, I've been throwing myself into just planning all of the food that I'm going to cook for her over the weekend. Partially as well because apparently she's been living partially off pot noodles and stuff. Thank God there's overclocking, says Paul. Yes, have to have something to keep my mind off it. And says, "You'll with your old Zens, meanwhile my newest desktop is Ivy Bridge." Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, I mean, I'm actually going to be doing, I might even stream this, I'm going to be setting up a new daily system at some point that's going to be based on a 6700K, which I appreciate is not as old as Ivy Bridge, but it's relatively... Why are you attempting repairs? That's not a good sign, is it? Automatic repair couldn't repair your PC. Good. Where's the option to just go to BIOS? Isn't there an option to go to BIOS? Yeah. Good. So, wait, was that with 2T, or did I just reboot and forget what I was doing? Also, that definitely counts as a B-SOD. Ivy Bridge is still annoyingly expensive. Yeah. Paul asks, what do you do for work, Mick? This. It's not particularly lucrative. Yeah, I actually don't have a job outside of doing... Like, this is the one thing that I do that brings in any amount of money. Like, well, the main thing that makes money is picking stuff up on eBay that's massively underpriced and selling it for more. And this board is stuck on 4F. Kif says, going for the Tech Power Mobo job. Are they hiring a Mobo editor? It would be nice, but the thing is, as you might sort of be able to tell, I am not the slimmest. I mean, these stripes are quite flattering, but right now, what I need is improving my fitness, which I've been doing. I've been doing very well on that, actually. But what I need to do is carry on with that. Okay, so it doesn't like 2T, so let's put gear down mode back. And let's cut our TRCDWR. At least it's not boring. Yeah, that's true. You do have to test Mobo audio. I am not an audio guy, but I could learn. The thing is, I did actually used to write for Player.net. The problem with it was I would be spending, you know, sort of 8 hours a day glued behind a desk, and everything else went to shit. Like, I didn't really have time for overclocking, obviously, but like, I ended up not having enough time for like cooking, exercise, cleaning, gardening, everything. It wasn't good. And it's... having a full-time job should not do that, but the problem is that when you're really unfit, you have very low energy levels, and that means that you end up sort of with less hours in the day, effectively. So yeah, and that's, you know, obviously has its own causes, but yeah. So right now, that's my focus. I mean, I am... Oh, that's a nice speed up. I am lucky to be married to someone who both loves me very much and is going into a field that is, you know, not extraordinarily lucrative or anything, but like makes enough money to support both of us. So I'm quite happy being her house hubby, as she insists on calling it. Exa says, I was really tempted to apply, but I don't think I have the time. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, I think, for a lot of people. Like, I have seen jobs at Tech Power Up that I would be able to do come and go before. The problem is just, like, yeah, I could do them, but it would come at the cost of other things, right? That time doesn't come from nowhere. And right now the big thing for me is trying to get rid of some of this mess, which I've been doing gradually. And it's been working. Because at some point, you know, we do need to move to near the new job, and we'll probably have to take a reduction in space. So 16.876 is the new PB. 16.876. That was a nice speed up. Very happy with that. Sorry, it all got a bit real there for a minute. While that's rebooting to BIOS, I'm getting more water. Don't forget to drink water. You know what? I'm running a fucking 30-second advert while that goes. Alright, and I should be back. Yeah, the adverts do not make a meaningful amount of money at all, but they do turn off the pre-roll ads. Admittedly not for very long when it's a 30-second one, and it's either that or you get to watch an empty desk while I'm getting water. So, you know. If I need to go to the loo in the stream at some point, expect a longer one for that. But yeah, it's like, you know, 25 seconds of me getting water and 5 seconds of me waiting for the advert to finish. Right. Does this board have the ability to save profiles? Ooh, it does, it does, it does, it does. Right. Work in progress. Right, let's see if CL14 works. Make us sold out to big water. It's only a normal sized water. Do both BIOSes have access to the same profiles though? I think I've got it in single BIOS mode, fingers crossed. Yeah, I am a big fan of water. Water's great. Drink more water. I used to drink 2 cans of Monster a day, and you know the stuff I was saying about fitness? Yeah. Pro tip, don't drink 2 cans of Monster a day. It's not generally a good idea. I did have a bottle of Lucozade earlier, before the stream. Because it does affect my mood. I'm definitely a bit more up because of that. We're boot looping here, aren't we? What's the postcode doing? And I missed BIOS. My fucking liver from hearing that. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know what the risks are with high amounts of caffeine. There's not a small amount of sugar in them. I actually really didn't like the sugar-free monsters. But yeah, it's not good. I mean, there's a load of like very real shit behind all of that, but let's not go into that right now. But yes, do not overclock your body. It leads to degradation. So let's set CL back to 16 and maybe we can try getting it a bit lower later. Let's try TRP, because I think that there might be a bit of room on that. Maybe, hopefully. Do you have gear down mode on? I think so. Right, because you're wondering why not CL15. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's gear down mode. What is the board doing? Is that boot looping again? I am a little bit less than with it right now, which is not particularly helpful. CL14 yeet volts. I can't. Yeah, it would scale, but and I just realised I can't remember how I got into BIOS like just now, and it's only like 9:30 and I'm already getting confused. So I'm fairly sure that's reset itself. Yeah, it has. Okay. So let's go back to BIOS and I guess let's try and let's just go back to the memory settings that ought to work and make sure that they're booting. We don't have to do anything weird to make the board behave. Kai says the optimal overclocking experience is to overclock two systems simultaneously so you don't get time to contemplate existence while it's training memory. Yeah. Oh, wow, okay, BIOS has been reset. Just fucking completely? Okay, cool. So let's load that profile, and that profile should work. And then once the profile boots, we can try RP just a tick lower rather than 2 ticks. I managed to miss BIOS while watching the fucking postcode. I can't blame the board for that one. That one is entirely on me. Well, has this at least booted up? Of course it's boosted. What am I on about? Yes, what I meant is has it at least booted the settings, and it has. Alice says what also helps is using a 4K screen that really likes to fail to display before post ends, and a board without postcode. So you have to focus on the fans or the Ethernet port for postedness. Yeah. By the time it hits A0, it's already loading Windows. Yeah. I needed to spam delete earlier and I didn't, and that is, in a sense, my fault. It is on me. I'm sorry, brackets, for missing BIOS. Blame it on me. B450MH truly is the strongest weapon against ADHD. Yeah. The James Webb Space Telescope's that Kev posted 6 new images today. Oh, hello. Missed BIOS counter. No, don't. Because it's been suggested before, but the problem is that I would miss BIOS whilst trying to update it. I think I got it that time. Good. Right. So if we can't tighten TRP, can we tighten TRCD RD? How many BSODs does it take to corrupt Windows? Hopefully more than 9. I think the worst thing you can do to Windows is running it for a while, like doing stuff with unstable settings, but you're not managing to BSOD. If you manage to BSOD, that's fine. Hopefully. Because that's like, it's detected a problem, it's caught it, it's handled it. TRCD lower than TRP. Okay, cool. That's happening, I guess. Is it? Let me double check in CPU Z. Yep, that's happening. Okay. Cool. This is my life now. My life is running TRCD 17. It's not what I imagined for myself when I was younger. Back when I was in school, and they said, "What do you want to do when you grow up?" I never said I want to run TRCD 17. But here we... Solemnly updating the BSOD counter. The worst part is I've got a screen there next to the camera, so I could just see it in the background. Okay. Well, it was never what I wanted to do anyway, so that's fine. I don't really know where to start on... Like, I know there's supposed to be rules about orders for TRAS and TRC. I don't know what they are. You know what? I don't give a shit. Let's just fucking 28. Just be stupid. 28 TRAS. Why not? The swan next door says I wanted to be a dinosaur. Yeah, life doesn't always take the path we expect. Yes, quite. I honestly don't remember what I wanted. I think I just sort of wanted to, like, pass exams. You know, score well on tests. I mean, that's when I was, like, really young. You know, I just wanted to be, like, told I'd done well. When I was older, Paul says, "Whoa, nerd." Yeah, I blame the autism. I say I blame the autism right as someone new pops into chat. Hello. When I was older, I wanted to be a vet. I actually did some work experience at like vets and like on a dairy farm and stuff. That would have been interesting. Would have been a very, very different path to go down. That doesn't count as a BSOD. Live long enough to see next volume of a book series release. Yeah. Split the difference, 32. Anne says I've always wanted to do something related to computers. Yeah, I mean, I always had the interest in computers, but the problem is I didn't actually get like, well, I had like a Windows 98 PC, and then I didn't get like a proper, like, I didn't get my own computer with an internet connection until I was 17, which is leaving it a bit late. I made sure to buy my brother a laptop for his 14th birthday so that he had it a bit earlier than I did. And now he is a very well paid engineer at Rolls-Royce. So at the end of the day, I win there because I was right. Because that was better for him. So there. Kif says that my first solely mined PC was an X2 265 with an HD 4890. Neat. The first one that I built was an Athlon 250, and it was on integrated graphics, I think. But it was pretty similar. At one point, back when I was in university, I ran this was about when GCN was current, I think, and I ran Crossfire 4870s, partially because they were cheap, but mostly because my room was on the corner of this like big building of like a block of flats, and the cheap bastards at UPP, which are the company that the flats were outsourced to from the university, they turned the fucking heating off at night. And my room being on the corner of the building, it's like right at the edge of campus, it's got the wind whipping over it, it got really cold. So I had 4870s, they used like 100 watts at idle. Folding at home didn't run on the 4870, so I was running MTY, which was a 4chan trip code hashing software to load up the 4870s and keep my fucking room warm. 16.937, is that an improvement? That is not an improvement. I'm going to give that a quick rerun, but it's possible that the low TRAS is actually making it worse. I've seen that before. Paul says, I'm a child, my first desktop was a 10700K in Vega 64. Ah, you zoomers, you. That was a lot faster, 16.682. Okay. Well, okay, first of all I'm going to save that. Then I'm going to rerun again to see, like, was the first run just unlucky? Right, yeah. Exaberries saying last night I ran R9 390 Crossfire and hit 980 watts peak. Jeez. Yeah, I kind of... That's not happening for me, not on this power supply. I kind of regret getting rid of all... Well, I still have an old True Power Quattro thingy-mabob. Which, I mean, they're really good, it's just that all the connectors, like the clips, are broken, which is not great, you don't really want that. Right, title update. Title update. You know what? While I'm here... I'm going to put the PB and the target in the thingy that's displayed on the stream, and that way the YouTube people get to see it as well. What was the target again? 15.486. Right. And now I don't have to update two different things. Good. Right, I was going to rerun it, wasn't I? So 16.682 that time. Is that a lucky run, or was the previous run an unlucky run? Is the question. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to call the first run unlucky. So let's head back into BIOS, and I guess that's probably about where T-Raz is going to be happy. Might have a couple more ticks in it, but I think the next thing to do is let's just work down the list of timings. So row cycle time, I guess. What is it, at 51? That seems low, but fuck it, let's try 44. Why not? Is that posting? I'm leaning over to look at the streaming system so that I can see from the camera. Yeah, it's posted. Sweet. Good, because I was beginning to worry, like, oh, I've just set it stupidly low and I didn't have a profile saved. But I guess here we are. I suppose at this point I need to just start making a habit of running PyPrime twice. Since, I mean, I know Kif said that the second run's faster. Right. I was waiting for the save result button to appear, a bit early for that. $16.788. Okay, so then we rerun. Is it just me, or was that step one quicker? I saw it was over 3 seconds before. Now it was 2.98. Although thanks to the capture card, you probably can't tell, can you? But there you are. 16.78. That's still worse. Okay. I'm gonna try loosening row cycle time. Loosen it out to, I don't know, 48 or something. Why do I not have... I disabled streamer mode on Discord earlier for reasons. Right, it was making the names display weird, which is a really cool feature actually, but like I was like, ooh, what's going on? But I don't know. Here we are, streamer mode. There we are. So yeah, what happens now is if somebody's name, like their display name, is the same as their like name, it just displays the first letter and then dots, which is kind of neat. Right. Exa says, for me, I always get my best score on the first run after boot. Kif says my method was to give it 20 seconds with no mouse movement and then click run. Oh boy. We're into that kind of tuning, are we? At least it's not copy Wazza. Hang on, can I... I was wondering if I could like use keyboards to navigate to it. I'm not sure if that works or not. Might be something to ask Matt about. Forks says Wahaha can help sometimes. That's one of the SuperPi tweaker things, isn't it? I have no idea what that is or how it works. So I'm just gonna like I'm going to not, because I just can't. I cannot. Paul says method is blink 3 times, bop it, twist it, turn around, squat, clap your hands, wait 5 seconds and run. Do you think if I tried that it wouldn't have been soldered? You forgot to twist again, Peter. Yeah, okay, I promise I will add a B-sad emote. Like, you know what, I have a whiteboard here. I don't have the whiteboard in the background of the camera because I'm not that kind of streamer, but I will write add B-sad on the whiteboard, so you know I'm serious about getting it done. Right. You know what? I'm going to say that T-Raz and TRC are cursed, and I'm just going to tune other timings because I like other timings better. Now we're into the meat of it. The funny thing is I've got like a whole rant prepared about all of the stuff that's been in the news lately about AMD and DLSS. But I kind of feel like if I get into that I'm just going to get too distracted and I'm going to miss BIOS, miss prime, stuff like that. And again, I don't know. It's just long enough that it's like it's too long for me to just be silent. But I think yeah, that's slightly faster. Okay, good. Well, we're saving that. So that was from Right Recovery Time. It's a pity I don't really have space on the screen for Zen timings. When I feel like I've got like a final score, maybe I'll try and include Zen timings. To the extent that any score is ever final, which is not much. You can shrink the benchmate part to 50% height and squeeze a CPU Z along the top. That's cool, that'll work. Thanks. Yeah, I'll do that at some point then for some of the better scores. Did I remember to update the PB? No, screw it. Um, right. Ah! What have I done? Right recovery time, I guess 18 worked. Let's try, I don't know, 12. I just saved a profile, so yeah, 12. Proper super pi tweak is cut from D, copy to C, copy from C, paste to D, twice, clap your hands 4 times, paste to D from D 3 more times. The sad thing is I can genuinely imagine that helping. Like all of this like clap your hands, spin around stuff, like I don't know, maybe that's like a timing thing. It's like there's this whole thing about how people think that in old recipe books where it's like telling you to like say a spell over the pot or something, that might have like been observed to work, and the reason it was observed to work is just that's the time that needed to pass. I mean, it seems like a bit of a reach to me, but yeah. I don't know, like to some extent like there's a hint of an implication that they didn't think that these spells worked. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not a historian. My wife is, that was her degree, but I'm not. So all I know about history is what my wife has ranted to me about, pretty much. And also we have a running thing where I like to annoy her by insisting that Henry VIII was a medieval king. Whereas, you know, the establishment would like to claim that actually he was in the early modern period. Aha, 16.6. Right, I am going to update my PB. Was he not? Well, exactly. Like, I mean, to me, Henry VIII embodies being medieval, being a medieval king. Like, you know, you hear about what he did and you go, oh, that's positively medieval. But no, I mean, he was ostensibly Renaissance. He was early modern period. I mean, there are arguments in favour of it, but yeah. He went medieval on those wives for sure. Well, yeah. Not the only medieval king to have done so, but certainly the only early modern king to have done so. Well, that was good, and we have got that updated in the thingy. There is a whole thing that you can get into about, like, people think of Henry VIII as a misogynist, and it's kind of debatable. Like, I mean, to some extent you can say, like, well, by modern standards, obviously he was. What? Yeah, obviously, sure. But, like, what direction did he push women's rights in? I mean, he treated them as being as culpable as men. He had men executed as well. You just don't hear about that because it's not as salacious. He had his daughters well educated. He paved the way for there to be a queen in England. So, arguably, like, the most misogynistic king except for all the others. Well, I guess we can still just drop right recovery. Yeah, sure, let's just minimize it. Why not? Only 2 of them. 2 out of 6 could be worse. Yeah, it certainly could be worse. Kif says the issue is comparing it to modern standards. Anne says that was a weird derailing. Yeah, I think I agree with Anne. That was a weird derailing. No. Yeah, it's... Judging things in history is always kind of difficult, because I would argue you have to look at what influence a person had. You can't say, like, based on their actions, like, did they transgress? In what ways did they transgress? I don't think that's... I think it's more useful to say, what was their influence? Did they prop up, like, a status quo that was bad? Did they make the status quo even worse? Or did they push things in the other direction? I think that's more useful. But I'm also not a historian and have no intention of becoming one, so what does it matter what I think? Kif says also history is written by the victors, so it's heavily biased. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Well, it's... I don't know to what extent it's necessarily written by the victors. I mean... But it's certainly written by the people who write it. Which I know sounds blindingly obvious, but like... I'm going to get really, really political here, and that's not what anyone is here for. I'm just going to, like... I'm just going to keep my mouth shut. Write recovery time. We're trying write recovery time of 11. We will see if that works. People who are alive can write stuff. Dead people... That's true. Dead people can't write history. That is always the case. And that is another new PB at 16.57. So let's get that keyed in. Yeah, if anyone's wondering, this is roughly how it goes. I end up getting distracted and going off on one a bit. I try not to let it get in the way of the benching. It's just how it goes, really. Something to talk about. But I try and keep it light. It's difficult to say how light Henry VIII is, because it's like, on the one hand, people getting killed. On the other hand, it was a while ago. So, yeah. Right. That's 16.57 saved. Good. Paul says, I think ranting pairs well with OC, feels in the quiet times. 500 years, too soon? Was it as much as... I can never remember when Henry VIII was. I'm abysmal with dates. I guess it must... Well, it wasn't 70... Yeah. That's probably about right, I guess. I am not good at dates for history. So, actually, I should save a profile because we've got our write recovery time minimised now. So that's lovely. Cast write latency currently on auto. I have no idea what it currently is. I'm going to want to, like, check that in OS. So let's try our WTRs. Let's try 412 for those. Exa says mid 1600s, I think. Never mind 1500s. Yeah, I know, right? Like, for some reason, it's just, I don't know. I guess it's like 16th century. So yeah. I have exactly the same thing where it's like I think of him as being in the 1600s, but like no, that was his daughter. But yeah, very, very complicated figure, Henry VIII. I mean, also like he had brain damage in later life. And most of the stuff that he's known for is after he had brain damage. Most of his life, in terms of like the number of calendar years that passed, he was married to Catherine of Aragon and he was the fucking defender of the faith. Right? Like, very loyal, devoted Catholic. But, I mean, it wasn't the knock on the head that made him change that. It was meeting Anne Boleyn and talking to her and listening to her ideas, which is part of why I say, like, not really, I wouldn't, you know, most kings of that kind of era would not have given a shit what a woman had to say. And that, you know, I'm getting into it again, aren't I? 16.556, that's a new PB. So brain damage good? No, yes. Brain damage not ideal. Although you can still be king, but you might end up getting your wife executed, and that's not good because you don't want to do that. Like you're like fucking laid up in bed recovering from brain damage, and a load of aides who have been plotting against her, just like, ooh, yes, she's done all these evil things and she's plotting against you. You'd better execute her. And he's just like, sure, I guess. Yeah. Not necessarily the most accurate characterization. I'm not a historian. I didn't know David Starkey did overclocking streams. I don't know who that is, so I'm not sure how I should take that. But yeah, there will be more nuance to it. Other people have different views of it and different views of like how culpable to consider him and all of that. But because like, obviously, like whenever you want to defend someone, you make them not responsible, right? So can WTRS go even lower? I mean, I would be remiss if I didn't try. I need to double check my cache write latency next time I'm in OS. Oh, okay, 3's booting, that's good. I'm going to check cache write latency right now, whilst I remember. Where is it? There it is, 14 at the moment, okay. You know what? I'm going to jump into BIOS and I'm going to set 14 explicitly. And that way I'm not going to forget, because otherwise I will absolutely forget. This is the problem. Everyone in chat is talking about the Habsburgs, and my wife has never ranted to me about the Habsburgs, so I don't know shit about the fucking Habsburgs. Other than, like, inbred and big chins or something? Something about chins, I don't know. And also the fact that there's still members of the Habsburg family around who are, like, in politics. Like, there's one who's an ambassador or something. Which is a thing. Right, so I was going to set CWL explicitly to 14 as just a way of remembering what it is. Uh, 12 could work. Yeah, I'm on gear down mode, aren't I? So I guess I can't try 13. But I'll give 12 a go at some point. Once I've finished fiddling with the WTRs, perhaps. I feel the need to fiddle with the WTRs together. I'm not sure whether that's sensible, but it feels right. It makes me feel warm and fuzzy to, I don't know, keep them at a similar ratio, or at least like not drop one all of the way before I touch the other one. Maybe that's silly. Forgot what the objective of the stream was. Yeah. What gen Ryzen is this comp? First? Yeah, it's first and second gen, so I'm on a 2700X. I should actually, hopefully, if this is set up. So, yes, 2700X here. HX620, yes, having sold all of my good power supplies, because for some reason I thought if I'm getting rid of hardware, better start with all the power supplies. That's what I had knocking around. 16.629, that is worse, but let's give that another run. Is that going to be worse again? I wonder if manually setting CWL has done something. It's not so much worse, like it's not booted into safe mode. Ah, here we are. 16.561, that's still worse. I'm going to try setting WTRS back to 4. Kif says 775 points. Is Twitch trying to tell me something? Is that channel points? Have you tried Socket 775? It's certainly interesting. You have, good. Yeah, it's entirely possible I've talked to you about it before and just forgotten. Kai says 775 is lovely. It's got its ups and downs. Let's go with that. It can be good. You tried it on a P45 DS3P, did not end well. Is that like one of the lower end Gigabyte ones? Where it has like a tiny VRM and no VRM heatsink? While that runs, I'm going to Google P45 DS3P. Oh, it could be worse. Could be worse. Do I have a thingy for... Yeah. Is that one of their later ones, if they're claiming DDR2 1333? Right, 16.593. Okay, so that's still slower. Let's rerun that. Mine would not post at all if the kit was rated 1066. That's pretty bad. If it was rated for it, that's weird. Are you sure the kit wasn't just dead? Because, especially if it's ballistics, they're not that reliable. 16.538. Okay. That's faster. So, I mean, first of all, jot that down. We're going to save that. But secondly, so WTRS does want to be 4 rather than 3. So that's good to know, I guess. So we can start on WTRL, because that's how this goes. I have no idea at what point, if ever, I'm going to get onto the dual rank AFR. That'd be nice. It would be nice to get onto that. Actually, the competition's going for like a long... It's got a couple of months, hasn't it? Multiple kits tried, had to post in 800 megahertz sticks and swap. Wow, okay. Yeah, that's pretty bad. But you got a 1400 valid with OEM Nanya D. That's cool. Sounds like your typical Gigabyte experience then. In that the board is an absolute arse. Like this one. Now, is it going to fail to post now I've insulted it? No, night, Paul. Thanks. I'll try and remember to post whatever score I get in the score posting channel. Better than AM5 Asus at this point. That's a low bar. I know. I mean, I don't really know that much about AM5 Asus, but I know about AM4 Asus. And if it's similar, they're shit. So, yeah. Every like non-ROG AM4 Asus board just cannot fucking clock RAM. I don't know why, they're just all terrible. Come on. B550i is only good Strix AM4, says X. So yeah, that's probably right. Right, yeah, because that one actually is good at RAM, isn't it? Ooh, 16.527. That's an improvement. "11 milliseconds, hooray!" And now we have 5 minutes of CPU-Z loading. So that's always nice. But the moment that I don't save a score, the OS is going to corrupt itself. That's how it works. Kif says was going to go for the gold standard of a P45 UD3, but ended up moving on to another MOBO. Yeah, I've not had that much experience with Gigabyte 775, but I hear they're supposed to be good. It'd be interesting to try. I think I have one. I think I have a Gigabyte P45 board somewhere, actually. In one of the boxes, in one of the many. Not on one of the ones that's even on camera. There's like a load behind those shelves. Kai says, I really hate recovery on Gigabyte 775 as opposed to recovery on other Gigabyte boards. Asus 775 recovery, yeah, Asus 775 recovery is very, very good. Pleasure to work with. It's not going to go even tighter than 10, is it? I mean, I feel like I should save a profile. We can try 8. I feel like things are going well now. I'm hitting the rhythm of just, you know, I just rhythmically throwing shit at the wall and maybe it sticks. Don't jinx it. This table's like shitty engineered lumber. I need actual wood I can touch. Aha! I have a... There. I'm touching wood. I have this like Royal Mail size guide thing that someone's laser cut out of I think technically that's also plywood, but this is wood enough. I should get an actual block of wood that I can touch. It's stuck on A8. That's not a good sign, is it? Yeah, that is what I get for saying it's going well. It's stuck on A8 again. That's still not a good sign, is it? Oh, no, it's moving. And it's back on A8. Having a single BIOS switch is a big upgrade to not having one, at least. Yeah, that's true. But it's cycling through postcodes, so it's presumably about to hit some kind of recovery. You know what? I am actually starting to need the loo. Oh! I fucking missed it again. Absolute classic. Wonderful. Right. Tell you what, for the sake of having some steaks, I'm going to say I'm going to go to the toilet after I get another score that beats the PB. That way I have to get a better score, because otherwise I'm not allowed to go pee. Within the realms of what's safe. Like, you know, I'm not you know, for if anyone's watching from Twitch, I'm not doing anything that risks my health here. Why don't you just make a bat file to restart to BIOS? I have that, but it's just if it's going through recovery or something, it's like, okay, it's failed to post. It's going through recovery. I want to just go straight into BIOS, ideally, but I keep missing that. So, yeah, like this. I mean, do we want to try 9, or is that... I feel like that's... Yeah, it's an option. Why not? Kif, I think, talking about the dual BIOS thing, saying Exa knows this well on the B550 Master. Yeah, I mean, theoretically that's a very good board, but I can imagine it might get a little frustrating. I really want to try this board on 4 DIMMs at some point. I just need to find the right 4 DIMMs for the right price. Also, I've been wearing this headset for going on for like, you know, 2.5 hours or something. So my ears are getting itchy. To be fair, it's like when I started not that long. Yeah. Wait. Did I say 4 hours? Going on for 3 hours. It's still doing well. $16.582. Ah, it's worse again. Now, is that true on rerun as well? Do these timings just not like being odd numbers, or do they not like being too tight? What's the deal with that? What's the deal with TWTR? Yeah, that's definitely worse. That's interesting. So either they don't like being too tight, or they don't like being odd numbers. Or there's some other reason they don't like being those specific numbers. I don't know. Maybe there's a formula for it. So pop that back to 10. I guess, yeah, let's try CWL. so that we're, you know, sort of doing them top to bottom, kind of a bit. Is that going to post? I mean, CWL12 is a bit tight. Yeah, that's posted. That's good. Forks says, sometimes I feel like I enjoy tuning the quality of life tweaks like that bat more than the benching. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I mean, for me, it's like you get really into memory and suddenly CPU and GPU falls by the wayside. Okay, if this passes at CWL12, I'm expecting a big improvement. Might not get it, but I'm expecting it. Deep breath. Kif asks thoughts on me getting a Supermicro X99 board. Okay. As a Supermicro owner, I have a Supermicro board. They're shit. Even this one is shit. An older one is not going to be better. Do not. And that is a new PB of 16.467 seconds. So, as I said, I could do with the bio break, so I am going to run a 3-minute ad break so that you know you can go and take a break as well. I'm not going to be here for 3 minutes. And I will see you in about 3 minutes' time. BRB screen. Right, and we are back. Kif says, not for overclocking stuff, I was thinking I'd mess around with it a bit and then use it for a server build. Okay, we should talk about this at some point. I need to get the score saved first, hang on. But yeah, so I don't know, I guess it depends on the Supermicro board whether it would support ECC or not. But I'll tell you who do support ECC is ASRock. And I do have a spare, I've got an ASRock X99M Extreme 4. That it's kind of an impulse purchase, to be honest. But it depends on what the Supermicro board is potentially going for. 16.467. Well, shall we try TCWL 10? It's not going to work, but I should try. Board is expensive, it comes with a 5960X. Could you PM me the listing on eBay and I'll take a look at it later? Hey, Previous Slayer. It is continuing. I am ongoing right now. And I'm about to make it not post. Watch this, it's not going to post. I just changed CWL from 12 to 10. Also the capture card chat itself. Been here from the start every now and then, yeah. Wait, what? You're seeing this shit? It's CWL 10. What's it doing? You're fucking running CWL 10? It's only fucking running CWL 10. Alright, well, I'm not complaining. Also, I whacked the desk really hard there. So, hopefully another big jump in performance. Fingers crossed. I really need to get a different fucking capture card. 16.425, nice. I'm still like a full second away from the target, which is kind of concerning. Because unless I find some magic, like some fucking pixie dust somewhere, I'm not hitting that target on this memory setup. So this will have to be revisited one way or another. I can't remember, I mean, Preef, since you're here, is there any restriction on memory cooling? Like, could I, like, I mean, I don't want to spend the money on dry ice, really. I guess I could put upgraded heat sinks on it. That'd probably help. Thank you, Kif. I will have a look at that DM later and I'll talk to you about it. Yeah, we'll see. Well, if CWL10 is going to insist on working, I mean, I suppose I should save a profile. Be a fool not to. I guess. Well, that's the lowest even number it goes to, then, isn't it? Jesus. Okay. What to do next? What to do next? I don't like doing RFC. I have no idea what RFC to expect. SCLs maybe, yeah. No, let's do RTP quickly. I have no idea what to expect from that as well, but I'm just going to change 13 to 8, which is not going to work. Start with 300, then learn from that. Yeah, TRFC is one that people tune a lot. So I'm wondering if there's like common settings that people tend to go with. People are saying typically 260 nanoseconds if you're lucky. Maybe a bit more. I'm not sure what that is in ticks. Ah, but my tightened RTP has booted. That's good. I could do so well with like 4x8 kit of decent CJR here. That'd be fun. Why did I drag Benchmate to the corner again? What am I... just absent-mindedly... Alright, see you later, Cliff. Yeah, it's getting a bit late. I know, I was up until like 1 AM last night. So hopefully I'm okay. I think I'm feeling alright. 16.45, that's worse. Let's give that a rerun. Nope, that is still worse. Alright. So, I think I had it quite low at like 8 or something, so I guess trying more than that? Maybe 10? Yeah, I don't know, like if that's nanoseconds or ticks. I don't know. It goes down to 60. What's the maximum? I mean, it didn't do 999, so what is the limit? It didn't do it when I keyed it in. 990, okay. Well, anyway. RTP 10. It'll be ticks in the BIOS. And you just said ticks when you meant nanoseconds. Right, okay, yeah, cool. What's that going to be at 1800 megahertz? I hate doing nanosecond conversions. Hang on. Oh, my calculator's broken on this Windows install as well. Let's get Pipe Prime running, and then I'll try and do some calculation-y thingy mabobs. About 500. So what is it? Frequency is 1 over period, so period will be 1 over frequency, so each tick is like probably going to be about that many nanoseconds. That seems right to me. And if we're aiming for 280, no, that's not right. Hang on. Would it be 280 divided? I'm just fucking throwing numbers at the wall here. I mean, that looks right to me, but I'm just kind of like throwing numbers together in an order that makes sense rather than using any actual logic, so I don't fucking know. But okay, I'm going to try 500 then. Yeah, fair enough, good shout. That seems like it makes sense to me. 16.486. Is that good? That's still a hair slower. Interesting. Exa says they're helping because of needing some encouragement to rebench. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I have no idea if I'm going to get anywhere close. Ooh, hello, 16.392 though. Okay, I'll take that. I kind of want to leave TRFC for last, just because I don't trust TRFC. We're overclocking. I mean, in a moment, basically. I have run the benchmark, and in a moment I will be going into the BIOS and tightening a timing. And then we'll see if we get a better score out of it. Unfortunately, my capture card has shat itself, so you don't get a great view. But it's that or kill the stream for a second time, and I don't want to do that. So, yeah, that's 16.392 seconds. And that batch file that I ran on the desktop goes straight into BIOS, which is helpful. Night night, Exa. All of the Brits are going to bed, and here I am, also a Brit and still awake. Right, so I wish I had the capture card working. So we had CL16, RCDRD18, RCDWR8, RP18. You've set our TWR to 11, TCWL that's down at 10. This is all at 3600, by the way, on the memory. RRD SNL at 4, WTRS 4, WTRL 10. RTP, I think we're settled on that at 10. T4, that's been 16 the whole time. So, I mean, what was it? The SCLs maybe is an option. We could try dropping those. Let's try. Apparently they're both 4 at the moment. Let's try setting them both to 3 and see what happens. So RD SCL and WR SCL. Yes. Only 2 of us left. 2 Brits left, yeah. We're getting into what I like to call the pirate timings. Because it's things like, you know, TRCD, WR. Huh. I think that counts as a B-sub, doesn't it? What was it they said? 13's going to be the one that corrupts Windows? Let's hope not. Well, BIOS works, that's good. So I set two things at once there, but let's set our WRSCL. Let's put that back up. Actually, let's set them both explicitly to 4, which should work. It's what the BIOS said they were at before. 2s would be optimal. Well, yeah, lots of things would be optimal. They should work at 4, but it's a Gigabyte board, so I don't trust it. You know, when I first got this board out and I was trying to use it, it just refused to boot with any kind of manual memory clock set until I put 2 sticks in the same channel, and then it worked, and then after putting them back it worked, and I tried so many other fucking things. It's almost 11 PM, go to sleep, bye. I was up until 1:30 AM last night, so I'm okay for a bit, but we are... I mean... We've been going for 2 hours, 10 minutes on this stream, and there was like another... What, half an hour previously, but I realised I'd forgotten to plug an Ethernet cable into the streaming PC, and so it was running off Wi-Fi, and it kept dropping on people and giving them adverts as a result, and that's no good, so I had to restart that, which is really annoying. Messed up the VOD a bit as well, which... Ugh. .535. Why is that score trash? Glenn says I'm delaying sleep with coffee and hobnobs. Nice. I don't think I have any hobnobs, and I don't like coffee. There's always water though. Water's what got me through my comp sci degree. Just staying all night in the lab, working on an assignment and drinking lots of water. .4. Why is it scoring like shit now? All I did was manually set things that to the value that the BIOS said they were anyway, and it's scoring worse. .409. I mean, it's... Maybe the PB run was just really lucky. Because it's not that much worse. But yeah, that's... Well, all I can do is tighten those timings anyway. So whatever, we will go to BIOS and we will try to tighten one at a time. Hopefully one of them tightens. Let's do RDRDSCL first. And then I'll actually do TRFC, because I should be doing TRFC. Right. And fingers crossed I don't get another, like, Windows thinks it's corrupted on boot, because that would be bad. Okay. Well, maybe WRWR will go tighter. Ah, hey Paul. Paul says, "Ah well, damn, I'm back." What did you leave to go do? Right when you pronounced TWRWRSCL, and it reminded me of the pirate video. Ah, yeah. Do you want to post the link to that so that people know what you're talking about? Oh, you were supposed to go to sleep. Sorry about that. I should probably be going to sleep as well, really. Also, I just remembered I still have to put the recycling out as well, and I've got like a load of stuff to take down still. So that'll be fun. No recovery is promising. Yeah. I feel like if it passes booting up Windows, it's probably stable enough for Pi Prime. Hopefully. And that's still worse. Why is that? Okay, second run. Give it a second run, because that was pretty fucking close. Has that frozen? No, it's okay. That's just real-time priority being weird. That's a terrible score, though. At this rate, I suppose I should try 2 as well, but I might just put them back on auto, because auto was better somehow. Yeah, I think I'll put them back on auto. Right, stand up so I can see the postcode. And I fucking... And I missed... Once again, I missed BIOS as I was standing up so I could see the postcode. Which is just... At least I have the batch file. Thank goodness for that. Okay. I consider myself defeated by SCLs. It is what it is. You know what? I was saying earlier, I wonder if 3D Mark 01 enhancement helps for Pi Prime. Might as well give it a go. I have no idea what it actually does on a technical level, but if it helps one score, it might help another. Who knows? And, you know, I'd rather test it than not. But yeah, it is getting late enough that I'm definitely not going to be testing the AFR. Actually, is that still in the stream title about the AFR? Okay, no, it's not. Good. As obscure as Asus's Extreme Tweak or whatever it's called. Yeah, I don't remember. I know that, like, there was something for Bulldozer Super Pi that, like, activates instructions that are not normally available. I know that's a thing. But I think, because Asus have, like, a bunch of different things for Ryzen, that I think it must be something like internal, like cache timings or something. 16.428, that's not a PB, but it's not too bad, so I'll rerun it. Paul says that's cool. Yeah, it'd be a lot cooler if you could set them manually, but yeah. 16.608. I'm going to give it one more run. One more run. One more run. Please don't suck. That wasn't great. Okay, well, I'm going to say that the whatever 3D Mark 01 enhancement doesn't help, and I'm going to go for Chippy running. Good news, I did actually remember. I remembered to set up my rig command, so you can get a full answer to that. It is at a fixed frequency of 4 GHz because that's the requirements of the competition that I'm doing, which that is the competition because that I did not set up a command for, which I probably should have done. I might try and remember to do that for the next stream. Right, so 3D Mark 01 enhancement doesn't help. Let's see about RFC. So what was it, 500 as a baseline? And we'll set them all to 500 so that it's just only using the long refresh rather than trying to do the intermediate refreshes. Try WTR L8 potentially. I think I'm sure I've tried that. It was either it was slower or it crashed. Because I've done the WTRs. Are you not going to tune TRC/TRAS? I feel like I missed something. I just got frustrated with them and set them back to auto. Yeah, I do need to do those. I think it was like TRC at a very low setting it gave me like a worse score, so then I loosened it and then at the loosened setting it crashed. And I was just like, screw these, I'm working on proper sub timings. But yeah, they do need to be tightened really. I did forget, so thank you for reminding me. Because we're probably getting to about that stage. I mean, I feel like I got sort of most of what I'm going to get out of this in terms of like tightening the timings. Fucking hell, that was all right. That's a big Jesus. That's 0.15 seconds, which for what we're doing, that's a big improvement. Well, that's a new PB, 16 point. But we're nowhere near our target is the thing. So I think realistically to get anywhere close to the target, never mind like ranking close to #1 in the competition, what I'm going to need is I'm going to need to maybe cool the memory better, find a way of getting more frequency out of it, and or dual rank. It's going to be one or both of dual rank or more frequency. I mean, this is a T topology board. Wait, what did you change? This was TRFC. In fact, hang on, I'll give it a couple of reruns to see if I can get an even better score. And if I'm saving a better score, I'll save it with the Zen timings. Fucking hell, 16.16, Jesus. Right, so what's this about? Oh right, that benchmate window. Wait, no, that one doesn't drag either? I was assured that I could change the size of the benchmate window. I feel misled. Bah! I say thee, bah! Okay, come on, there's got to be a way of... Can I... That's not ideal, is it? Is your target supposed to be X's score? Yes. If so, it's 0.468, not... Okay. Thank you, Paul. I am slightly further than I thought I was. That's good to know. No, that's no good. Can I not change the size of that at all? I don't think I can. I can drag that over a little bit, and then maybe... Hang on, yeah, that might work. If I... Yeah. Okay, I'm happy with that. Benchmate's result window can be resized on the main page. Okay. I'll have a look for that in a sec then. I will save this one as it is. But then I'll see about doing that. So, where was it? Tools, options, result dialog size. Oh, that's a lot better. It's a bit small, but I'm happy with that. Okay, I'll use that in the future then. Thank you. Yeah, because I think it would be nice to include as end timings, given how important sub timings are. Like, that's the main thing that I'm doing is sub timings. I noticed running pipeline with the window moved to the bottom of the screen under the taskbar. Right, yeah. That would improve things. Yeah, the classic put the output off screen. I'll keep that in mind. Right, so to-do list now. Maybe RFC can go a bit tighter, but it's pretty. I've had the big chunk of that. Maybe a lot of these could go tighter. Do I want to... It's like 11 PM now. I'm going to try something. Let's try TRAS of 28. Not sure how drastic that will be there. Yeah, it won't be much. It's never much. I don't want to do it mostly just because it's a bit of a pain to know when it's finished. Although I probably spend more time opening CPU-Z than I do running the bloody benchmark. I know OC Snap could automate that, sort of, but yeah. I don't wanna, if I'm honest. I kind of feel like it wouldn't make much difference, but maybe that's just me. I'm just averse to learning a new thing. Okay. TRAS, 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 TRAS. 10 milliseconds at most from my experience. Yeah, that sounds about right. That is actually a new PB. Right there. Sweet. Well, save that then. I think the best thing that I can make it say by covering letters up is Ollie RAM, which doesn't mean anything. But right, well, second one's normally better, so let's give it another go. (10ms) at most, 9ms improvement. Yeah, that was 9ms from T-Raz, but yeah. Chipping away indeed. I mean, I'll be honest, we're not going to make up half a second here. We're just not. That's not going to happen. 16.093, nice. I'll tell you what, it's not that far off being less than half a second at this rate. There's definitely other timings that I could fiddle with here, which is the kind of frustrating thing. What I'll do is I'll save a profile. So next stream I'm going to be trying the dual rank AFR. I have no idea how that's going to go. But I will save a profile for this stuff, so if the AFR is just abysmal I can switch back to this and tune more sub timings, I guess. Yeah, that's everything, isn't it? 16.093. What the fuck? Madness's score is at DDR 4200. Yeah, it's what I really ought to be doing realistically is using my Unify X. Maybe that would be a good idea, rather than butting my head against this board that is A, a piece of shit, and B, T topology. But also that's in my daily system, so that's a lot of effort. But I am supposed to be sorting out a new daily, so maybe the next stream should be sorting the new daily system out. So then I can use the Unify X for overclocking rather than for running Discord and YouTube. Wouldn't that be an improvement? Let's save a profile actually, hang on. Yeah, I mean, let's try 26. Because it has been helping. What's the new daily? Yeah. So the new daily is going to be a, you know what, while that's booting, I'll go and grab the box. The new daily is a this. It is not an upgrade, except in idle power consumption. It will be an improvement in idle power consumption, and that's what I'm going for. Because, as I said, you know, Facebook and YouTube. Not Facebook. Oh, fucking hell. Thank you for the sub, Shimzy. Just as I was putting my headphones back on as well. 7th gen, no, well, yeah, 7th gen platform, 6700K, so 6th gen for me. But yeah, I feel like maybe the Unify X would be a better board for this. But I wanted to get a stream done where I was taking a crack at this, and I'm doing that now. So yeah. You got sound for subs? Yes. So is my I have desktop audio muted, I guess. Hang on. If I unmute desktop audio, can I replay the notification? There you go. There's the sound. Yeah, and it's okay that I've got desktop audio unmuted, because Discord is muted anyway because of streamer mode. Will you be tuning your next daily at DDR4 2400? No. No, because it actually only supports 2133. Okay, I think this T-Res setting might be a bit slower, but I'm going to give it another rerun. Yikes indeed. Yeah, so it came with this lovely white ballistics, but I wasn't able to test it at XMP on that platform because this is rated for 2400, which is more than the fucking platform supported with that CPU, which is wild. 16.1. It's still slower. So, okay, we'll go back to the T-Res that we were at. Side question, should I bake some feta cheese with a best before date in early March? Or is it time to order pizza? I mean, I feel like cheese is normally alright for a while, but early March is pushing it. I would not. I mean, I guess you could see if it smells fine, if there's anything like growing on it, stuff like that. And I suppose if you're baking it, that might kill things. But I mean, if I were you, Kai, I'd order a pizza. Is the ballistics 8? Yeah, it is 8 FBD, so it's 4 gigabit revision B. On the ballistics. Sir not appearing in this stream. So that's slower. Let's try row cycle time. I mean 44's got to work, surely. I shouldn't be saying that. Zen 2 and 3 hating oddballs. Yeah, I guess, yeah. I mean, maybe I could try them for the frequency stage when I get to it, but I don't know. I don't fancy its chances. Okay, if I'm lucky, this will at least get me below 16 seconds. That'd be a really nice. It would be really nice to be able to end on having at least got below 16 seconds. Then I could pretend that was actually the goal all along. I suppose what I could do, like, once I mean, it would probably just crash, but like, I could always try the 36-66 ratio. You never know, it might work. Probably won't, but it might. 16.095. It's close. It's fucking. You know what? I'm gonna do it. I've dragged it off screen, and we'll be able to see in Benchmate, or I'll be able to see in Benchmate because of the fucking capture card, but like, it will be visible in Benchmate when it's finished. There's our result, and our result is 16.253 seconds. That's a lot worse. Okay, well, let's rerun anyway. Oh, Pref has dual rank AFR as well. Cool. I suspect it might be one of those classic Hynix chips that just for some reason doesn't fucking clock in dual rank, even though it's fine in single rank. Why does my score keep being worse than it should be? Come on. Okay, I'm gonna loosen out row cycle time a bit, I guess. I don't know. It's got to be that, hasn't it? Row cycle time is the bane of my fucking existence. Bane of Eden's existence as well, to be fair. Getting constantly dragged into arguments on the overclocking server about formulas or formulae. What about a lower CPU ratio with base clock? Does the Mobo hate that? Yeah, it hates it so much. I am below the frequency that I should be at. Just because it will not take the fucking base clock, and if I was at the 4 GHz ratio, the base clock drift is so bad that it goes over 4005 sometimes. Now, technically, if I take the screenshot at the right moment, CPU-Z won't show it, and Benchmate doesn't. Like, Benchmate thinks it's fine, but I'm not happy with that. Right, come on. Validating system timers. Score don't suck. Score don't suck. Score don't suck. Score don't suck. Come on. Don't be shit. Don't be shit. Don't be shit. Ah! I don't know, maybe I could try like lots more base clock. Maybe it's just weird about like little bits. I don't fucking know. It's way less receptive to base clock than it should be. Like, it's just like, I think it was 100.42 it did not boot with, which is just insane. Like, that should work. And I'm just not getting anywhere now. I don't know why I'm wearing headphones. I could have just like left desktop audio muted but had speakers on, and that would have been fine. Okay, well, this is normal. This is my classic row cycle time tuning experience. You know what? I'm going to try raising row cycle time, because fuck everything, right? Like, just, yeah, just raise row cycle time. Fuck it. Let's just fucking... If it's going to be like that, let's... Why not? Run a higher row cycle time. Who cares? Did I hear the fan cycling there? Okay, no, it has posted. Right. I don't actually know what Zen Timings was reporting for row cycle time anyway. Maybe the board's lying to me. It is a Gigabyte board, so yeah, it's par for the course really. Okay, well my step 1 score seems worse. So raised row cycle time probably not actually helpful. Okay, yeah, that is a lot worse. Fair enough. Well, I don't get to turn into the Joker today then. So that's something, I guess. I'm just gonna do the Hail Mary. I'm just gonna I'll put row cycle time back on auto because fuck that timing. And yeah, I'm just going to stick the memory on a higher ratio and fingers crossed, right? Maybe it'll work. Wish me luck and everything. It actually might. Ooh. Was that Windows loading or was that something failing? Oh, I hear fans going. That's not a good sign. Yeah. No, that was... And it's boot looping now. Okay. Does the thing with TRAS 21 only work with BDI? What thing with TRAS 21? I am actually not aware of a thing with TRAS 21. You know what? I'll just set TRAS 21 and see what happens. Why not? Because, I mean... Oh, it's booting. Yeah, it's getting late. I still need to put the recycling out before going to bed. It's like... What is it, 11:30? 22 minutes past 11. It could be worse. It's also really warm in here. It's like 26 degrees now. Jesus. You know what, I'm gonna turn up the fan that I've got blowing on me under the desk. Because screw it. You're hearing more from the system fans anyway, probably. Oh, that's not help. Any reason why on a Gigabyte X470 motherboard wouldn't X570 Unify just smash the competition? Well, so... money. I have this board. I do not have an X570 Unify X. That's the biggest difference. I do have a B550 Unify X, but it's stuck in my daily system, which I agree I do need to address. But yeah, like, I'm not, like... This is not a hobby that I want to... Other than, like, I guess the power bill. This is not a hobby I want to spend more money on, really. Not anytime soon, anyway. Maybe at some point in my life, but, like... Okay, well, it's not any better, but it's not any worse. I can give that the rerun. The thing where you set TRAS 21 and only touch TRC, so something happens along the lines of TRAS gets ignored. I don't know about that. I'll give it another rerun. Yeah. Sadly, I am not Buildoid. I have 4 Twitch subs according to the dashboard, which I'm very grateful. Oh shit! As I was saying, 4 Twitch subs, which I'm very grateful for, but that does not fund X470 Unifies. And yeah, I know I need a B-sad emote. I'm just going to mash delete. I'm not going to get up to look at the postcode. I'm just going to mash delete. There we go. That worked. Good strat. So we'll put that back to 28. The other thing that we can do as part of the whole Hail Mary strat, CJR does scale with voltage. Its lifespan doesn't scale with voltage, but this is just for benching, so if your TRAS is lower than some formula to do with TRC, it just gets ignored. Right, yeah, I don't know. I've seen TRC lower than TRAS before. That's just frozen there, hasn't it? That's one in the "this doesn't count as a BSOD" box, I think. Come on, give me BIOS, 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 thank you. Right, is there anything else that I want to try tonight? What's our big finish here? TRDRD SD maybe? WRWR SD? Yeah, let's arbitrarily set both of those, maybe that works. TRC lower than TRAS, probably a B die. I think, as far as I can tell, it's an ASRock thing, but I don't know what the deal is with that. Like, it's something you see on a lot of Splave scores, like ASRock team scores. Okay, my randomly set sub timings have fucking booted. So my SDs have booted. That's a really good sign. Do you think there's option to disable RAM power down mode on that board? I think I already did that. I'm not certain. To be honest, if this is below 16 seconds, I'm saving the score and I'm going to bed. Well, I'm not going to bed because I have to get the recycling sorted out still. But then I'm going to bed. Is it even better? Like, at this point I'm back to, was 16.093 just a super lucky score? Come on. Score keeps sucking. I really want to get below 16 seconds. I don't want to just leave it without hitting that symbolic milestone, if possible. Right, DRAM power down mode. Is that? No, it's not going to be under any of those, is it? Where was the AMD CBS? There it is. Aha! Okay, let's try that. And I did notice the prefetcher settings. Do you have C states enabled? Disabled was significantly slower for me. I think I disabled them. I've done power down mode, so I'm going to check that, and then I'll go try and enable C states. Even if this is sub 16, I'll try C states. Okay, let's do Kif's method. Let's take a deep breath. And now hit run. Okay, let's try it again. That sort of count of. I've got pretty deep lungs, so I'll do a count 5 going in, count of 7 going out. Obviously, I can't count out loud whilst doing controlled breathing because it gets in the way of the breathing. But you get the idea. In before B-sub, that would be very genuinely funny, though. To be fair, I mean, I feel like that's better. I'm not gonna change any setting. Like, I'm not gonna turn it back to auto, but it's not a new PB. So let's try C states. God, that would have been so fucking funny if it would be so. Okay. So where was it? CBS. Was it in there? No, it's not in custom P states, is it? DRAM controller, no. XFR, no. It was somewhere. Where was it? Advanced CPU core settings, that's promising. So global C state control, we'll try enabled then for that. While we're here, I know I'm hoping to finish soon if I finally manage to, but I just want to plug, for those who might have missed it, the fact that I have a Discord where I ping you when I go live, and there's a cars channel and there's a cars channel in the HWBOT server now. They're really, like, it's unfair competition, I think. But I talk about, like, identifying RAM a load. That's most of the activity in the server. But yeah, talk about stream plans, ping when I go live, stuff like that. Feel free to join if you're interested in that. if you like the sound of getting a ping on Discord when I start streaming. So roughly once every 3 months. But hopefully next week. Fingers crossed. That looked good. That step 1 looked good. Holy shit! Holy shit! That's... okay. I don't know how readable that is. That's 15.62 seconds. That's... 15.62. That was a good fucking call. Jesus. Paul says, bloody hell mate, that's fucking wonderful, isn't it? Oh my god, thank you very much for that. Wow. Okay. I'm saving that and wrapping up there. Because yeah, wow. Like I said, I wanted to wrap up when I got... I mean, it's tantalising because it's like... I feel like I'm actually close to X's score now. But I know that if I try, I will be up for another many hours just trying to get that last little bit. And I do need to sleep, is the truth. Ah, there's totally headroom on TRFC though, isn't there? There is absolutely headroom on TRFC. You know what? And I've not rerun. I've not rerun yet. It might be faster on the rerun. I should zoom back out. Jesus, yeah, 15.512 now. That is another huge improvement. I might actually manage to beat X's score. I kind of... I can taste blood, you know? Like, it's... Shark metaphor, not like, you know, I'm fine. But yeah, it's like, it's so close now. I'll give it one more rerun and then I'll tighten TRFC. Number 1 tomorrow, lol. That's not happening. Not on this board. I mean, I suppose I could set 1.6 volts and try CL14. Is that another 15.502? Yeah, 15.502, new PB. I mean, I'm just going to keep rerunning it until it scores worse on the rerun, and then I'm going to restart, and I'm going to drop TRFC a bit. What the fuck? What the fuck? It's 4 milliseconds off now. Oh my god. 15.472. That is just... Look at that. Oh my god. Right, well, that... 15.472. I've got to save it. I've got to save that fucking score, because that is so close. It's weird the Mobo tab isn't required. I mean, I guess it makes sense, but fortunately Zen Timings has the pertinent info there. Hang on, no, I need SPD up there. I need SPD for slots 2 and 4. Is that right? SPD for slots 2. Yep. I mean, dare I just rerun it again? It would be so funny, right? Like... $525. Okay. We're not getting there with just reruns. But we might be able to get there with TRFC, maybe, hopefully. I actually feel like it's close now. I did not think I was getting anywhere near that score, and it's so close. I mean, there's even a base clock. I could just nudge the base clock up a bit. Maybe. 490. Let's just try 490. I mean, that's what? I mean, 2% off TRFC? Probably not enough, but... Paul's saying 460. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. Because I do want to be finished sometime today, so... Yeah, I'll try 4... I like 475. I agree. 475. Okay, it's posted. It's loading Windows. That's a really good sign. That's a solid like 5% off. Which I should be able to do it even. Okay, so we are expecting not to get there on the first score because it took some reruns. That is close though, isn't it? I mean, I don't know, like, if we don't get close, like maybe opening and closing Zen timings a whole bunch. General Twitch emotes are so useless. They aren't made for conversations, just made to spam in chat like a buffoon. I mean, yeah. That's most emotes, to be fair. I mean, it has a few like basic ones. It has like the basic like smiley face and stuff. I don't even have a laughing emote. You have, I mean, there's lol. That's kind of a laughing emote. 15.549. I'm actually going to open and close like Zen timings and CPU Z. Yeah, that is understood on Twitch as a laughing emote. It's different, but yeah. In the same way that like Kappa is understood as conveying kind of like sarcasm, like you're kind of like, it's generally like if you're sort of being a dick, but it's ironic. And like PogChamp is excitement. You need joy, waffle, and smile. Yeah, it'd be nice. Oh shit! $15.461. Right there. That is GG. Okay, yeah, so it was closing and opening like CPU Z and everything that did it. New Pi Prime tweak. Close and open Zen timings. Finally, I can sleep. Yes, I promise. I'm not even going to rerun it. I know it's so tempting to rerun it, but I need to finish sometime as well. It is now safe to turn off your computer. Thank you, everyone, very much for watching. Thank you for the help, because let's be honest, I would not have got anywhere close to that without chat's help. Without how do you pronounce that? Naganannan? Naganannan. Thank you very much for that. Yeah. I guess let's. If I'm going to face the camera, I'm going to zoom out again. But yes, thank you for being with me for that. That was good. It feels very, very good to reach a target after, what, 4 hours, give or take. I mean, it's in 2 parts, so 4 hours or so. So yes, thank you, and I think we are done here. So, yeah, thank you, and goodbye.